That's why they say, among other things, there's where they talk about ferocious, what, and they say there's duplication and overlap, which they seek to resolve.
So can you explain?
Because this,
Honorable Minister, why of assuming, because it's not specifically mentioned here that this is a reference to the political killing task team. Why is the political killing task team singled out from a number of other specialist teams that are criticized for the same reason, that they run rampant, that they don't account for their money?
in terms of the evaluation, they are not as coordinated as they should be. And they write down that they run rampant and so on. In other words, as part of what they need to correct. It was self-criticism.
Now, I mean, we've had this discussion for quite a few minutes now, and I'm not sure that all of us understand or are clear about what you are saying, and I obviously say this with due respect. So my question is this: where was this discussed with the people who could or do understand what you would be referring to? Did you get into a room where this was discussed? Was Lieutenant General Khumalo present, political killings task team, and some other senior officers talking about other specialist task team, narcotics, illegal mining? Maybe they could have made out a case and said, please, don't disband me. Don't reintegrate me as this plan suggests or proposes. Don't reintegrate me into murder and robbery, because we're doing well. Here are our statistics. We're effective.
The process started. They then say, this is the work study. Okay. You now have to implement it, and so on and so on. When I come to my time, this is last year, everybody is there. We're discussing the structure, the new organizational structure, building on this evaluation, among other things, and so on. So we're now in 2024. Everybody is there up to the signing in May this year. Nobody was not there. Nobody was not there. Everybody was there. Nobody, for instance, said, when we were looking at the organizational structure for the 7th administration, nobody said, I'm raising my hand, feature in the new organogram, units everywhere. It didn't happen. That's why you don't see it in the signed organizational structure in May this year. It's because it's a team. It's not a unit, and there was no one who said include it or integrate, because if they had said so, then it would have been pointed out that it is already integrated. The work of political killings is already integrated, not only for KZN, but all over the country, because the structure caters for everybody.
Please look at page 112 of the same annexure and 113. And if you look at towards the bottom of page 112, these are recommendations. It is recommended. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
112.
It is recommended that this investigation be disseminated to all provincial commissioners after completion of comments and signatures. Proper planning and implementation be done, criteria be developed, and just fast forward to page 113.
Mm-hmm.
8.10, it's the printing is not so clear.
Yeah.
Can you make it 8.10? Current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So, assuming you are correct in your reading and your analysis that this plan, the 2019, both the 2019 and the 2024, which appear to be similar, or it means the phasing out of the political killings task team. This still says that the current task teams, which would include the political task team, be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, this document is not the final word. This is a recommendation, and an impact analysis and feasibility study must still be done to see whether or to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, if it seems like it's been suggested by someone like Mary de Haas to say they run rampant, they abusing state and taxpayers' money, and they're not held accountable, and so on. Once a feasibility study is done and that is determined, and it's justified for that team now to be disbanded, then that can happen. But clearly, we must agree that didn't happen in this case.
Yes, I did earlier on explain, as I'm doing now, that a year after the establishment of the National Political Task Team, they then started the process. This was the beginning of the process. They were analyzing what's happening at that time. And they were building a study that would be approved at a later stage. They had, but already a year later, after the establishment, they were busy at work, but not yet having successfully created these structures. That's the thing. The specialist units were being established, they were being fused in, and so on. So these were early stages, Senior Counsel. It was going to be some time before you could say, we now no longer need the political killings task team. This was not the time. It was merely a recognition, a concept. But they had already begun to say, you need specialized teams or specialized units. So, and they were beginning to envisage how it will look like. Now, building on that ourselves, because this thing got approved, it could have been implemented to suit the imperatives of the 7th administration.
So is your, sorry to cut you, but are you saying that this was already approved by the time you assumed the position of Minister of Police, was a failure or
implementation was slow.
implemented.
Was slow. It had not reached the level where you could then do away or disband the National Political Killings Task Team. That's why they extended its life up to 2022 via, and then the National Commissioner and the Minister sign that we extend the existence of the National Political Task Team, which will then extend or provide finance or funding. So these two things needed to go parallel together in order to meet the obligations of the PFMA, so that you don't fund a structure outside the organogram perpetually without accounting properly for it in terms of the objective for which it was created right from 2018. And you needed to act responsibly now and say, by the way, what are the imperatives of the new administration happened? And in our discussions, we find that some of these things that we're discussing had already happened in terms of decision and thinking. Let me make an example. The ORS, the Operations and Response Service, we were told it once existed at some point, but then they did away with it. They said, no, we no longer need the Operations and Response Team. So where is it now? All these units, Task Force, Task Unit, National Intervention Unit, RTI, and POP, where are they? They are under VISPOL. And VISPOL takes 53% of the budget of SAPS. Operationally, it's impossible. You have your border there, you have, it's impossible for one divisional commissioner to be able to take effective command of all these units, yet they are there. They are a potential capacity for SAPS to combat crime, including those crimes that are being performed by or done by hardened criminals and cartels, criminal cartels, and
Gospel must catch Matlana.
Pardon?
No, you say you're suggesting Vispol, they take up 53% of the budget.
Yes, they take Vispol alone, take 53% of the total budget of SAPS, and yet it's just under one divisional commissioner. Now, to make sure that they have cars, they have systems of policing in each police station, and they are performing their job, and then still run with all these task teams, all of them. It's impossible. Keep them oiled, deploy them as and when it is necessary. So you go to Gauteng and they complain to you, your Minister of Police, you run there after 5 people have been murdered. You go there, you say, I'm here to see what has happened, but it has already happened. And then from there, they call you in the end up you don't have something sustainable that runs the country in terms of combative capacity on a sustainable and ongoing basis. So when 6 shots get released for 5 nights in the Cape Flats, where are we? In terms of rushing where the bullet has been released and dealing with the culprits there, where are we? We come in the morning in the form of a uniform. Even if I fly from Pretoria or from wherever, we gather there, I get accompanied by many police. But what is the results? I go out, I go away. As soon as these criminals see Minister deals with them to a point where you get to know who is doing this and what do we do with them. It doesn't get to that point until it happens and then we investigate. At one point, I held a meeting, a virtual meeting with the National Commissioner for an hour. I counted, it was 1 hour, the two of us, virtual. And I say, National Commissioner, I can't tolerate what is happening in the Western Cape on an ongoing basis. I'm now quite a number of months into the portfolio. And I'm not going to be able to answer in 12 months what is it that I've done in that particular period. Please, let's do this. Deploy intelligence, crime intelligence to the Western Cape. I want names of people who are killing people in the Western Cape. I want name and surname through intelligence services. Go and do it. After you gather all the necessary information, then you can deploy specialized forces, sub-specialized teams. They now have the name, they know where and so on and how, both on drugs and others. Because crime has a name and a surname, you've got to trace this name and surname to prove that you are working. You are there as police to protect life and limb in the country. If you don't do that, you are generally around with your uniform until you point to a particular criminal who fired a shot that killed someone.
Well, that's what and his project leader, General Khumalo, that's what they say they did quite successfully. Each crime has a name. They got the names, they made arrests, they got prosecutions, they're working in a multidisciplinary team, and it's a rapid response. All these problems that you've highlighted with the situation where we respond too late,
yes,
we never respond. They are able to respond because they specialized and they've been doing it since 2018. They say successfully.
I respond as follows. They have become a factor in reducing political killings in KZN. I'm saying a factor, not that the killings in KZN. I'm making that point. I acknowledge that they've done work, but they are not the only factor. If you look at other factors. But you're talking about a team of 68 people as far as, or 100 and something, because when we last spoke with General Masimula, we're talking about reducing them to 68 as we're phasing out. Now, supposing they are 130 or something like that, they are operating from KZN, and you don't deploy anyone in the Western Cape. You don't, it can't work. Let's apply common sense, you and I.
Yeah, and you may have a point. They draw from different stations across the country.
And they're not replaced.
Some of the best or better.
It won't work. What will work?
And they also have they also have a rotation. They also work on a rotational basis. So
they are not budgeted for. They are not budgeted for by national. They pick up money. I don't know where they pick up money from. When that 20 million that was allocated, even if National Commissioner signs and say, I approve the new budget up to 2026, I would say as minister, I don't agree with you. Not because I am just itchy to disband the national political, it's because the bulk of people who are being murdered in South Africa are not the ones that are being dealt with by the national political killing. It is a fact. I've recently said the studies released last year by the Global Initiative tells you 34% of murders in South Africa are done in organized crime in that category. 34, no, it's 35 there. 34 are in taxi violence. And then 24 is political killings, and 7 is personal, where you just go on a mission of your own and say, I want to go and murder so and so. Now, when you allocate the resources, where do you put that figure, those figures? When you say to the nation, I have the National Political Killings Task Team, truth, you are lying. You are lying to the nation. No matter how eloquent you put it, no matter how you look like in the face, it just is not reality that we're dealing with. You are just talking. Even if they clap hands for you, you are not dealing with reality. That's what I'm talking about here. Now, you are minister of, you are given a job, minister of police. What do? You've got to run the country, not KZN. You've got to reduce crime. You've got to reduce murders. You've got to reduce proliferation of arms throughout. You can't deal with it with one temporal task team based in KZN. You will never do it. No matter how you claim, no matter how many times you go to TV, you will never do it. You will never do it. That's my argument.
No, I hear your argument loud and clear, and I'm sure so is everybody in the room and in the country listening to what you say.
Is to dedicate your thinking and focus. Use the chair that you are given in the office and the whole office space to think properly and to think reality, and not to come with sophisticated creations of your own and address people and say, I'm dealing with crime. And you leave people crying in reality, meaning you are lying.
Now, Minister, all that you said may make a lot of sense to a lot of people. But what I want to understand, and all of us want to, and when did you get into a room with your National Commissioner, Lt Gen Mkhwanazi, who started this political killings task team, and Khumalo, who's the project leader of the task team? When did you get into a room with them to have this kind of discussion or debate? Now, to some of us, maybe all of us, I'm not sure, it may sound very persuasive that, why have a dedicated political killings task team when we have murders taking place, there's taxi violence killings, there's gang wars on the Cape Flats, much higher, and there's this team, and so much money is being spent on this elite task team. It is not right just to deal with other killings.
Okay.
And then by way of a discussion and a persuasion, or maybe even a direction, you can say no. Because now they come with their counter arguments as to why the team should continue to exist. And you say, I hear you, but I don't buy your argument, and I'm now going to make the following decision. Can we agree that that didn't happen?
No, I agree that I should get space to respond to your question.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when the president decided to intervene in KZN in the form of establishing this, he didn't call General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi. So let me start afresh to satisfy myself that you are focusing as I'm responding. to you. When the president flew to KZN to respond to what was happening, he didn't call General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumar to confide with them somewhere. He didn't. He addressed the nation. He said, to address what appears to be a crisis, when I am there as President of the Republic, I'm intervening. I am establishing a mechanism to deal with the problem that I see. It's going to take the form of an interministerial committee who will sit and discuss further the mechanism that I am telling them to design. Those are the people we sat with, and it's important to do so, to note that. And that team of ministers didn't call just General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumar. Because in the first place, the people, they called DGs actually, and they called General Mkhwanazi because they were talking KZN. So a collective of people. They said, look, we're tasked, we're an IMC, we're tasked to do 1, 2, 3, and so on. Let's talk on an ongoing basis. Come and present to us what we are briefing you about as our mandate. Then they went to craft whatever they crafted, and it got briefed. They got the briefing back, and then it was endorsed. That briefing resulted into a steering committee and an operational plan, or as an operational plan as part of. So when I come here and I'm asked that question, why didn't I call those 3 individuals? I respond to the things that I've spoken to you, Senior Council Chair, up to now, happened in their presence. All of them, because they are part and parcel. The work study, the implementation, the extensions, and when extensions didn't take place, but funding continued, they were there, all of them. And so on. Now, I look at the thing.
Sorry, that happened in their presence, you say. But you weren't there at the time.
Pardon?
You weren't there at the time, the work study and all that. You weren't the minister at the time.
No, I wasn't there. There was a minister, though.
There was a minister, and that minister tells us, and will come and tell this honourable committee, that the task team was in operation, and by the time he left office, and as recently as, I think it was March 2024, he held his last media briefing.
2023.
The last March 2024, the last interministerial committee briefing was held in March 20. You know, your comrade. He did the presentation, and the task team was still very much in place, and he was happy with the work that they were doing. That was in March 2024. You were appointed on 30th of June 2024.
Yes.
So he doesn't seem to share your understanding that the task team was phased out, or was to be phased out, or as you contend that since 2022 the task team was
to outline reasons why we disbanded the task team. In fact, why I issued a letter of directives, the 3 directives, so that we don't take one aspect. For instance, I would respond to you that my predecessor can't be part of what I mean, you can't say he will come and say he is not happy, as if it is his duty to do so. Now, it's not. I'm here now taking you through the reasons. Could I go ahead, Senior Counsel?
Just hold a moment, Senior Counsel. Honorable Malema.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
Hold.
Sorry.
Let me start.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was not answered about whether did you meet Honorable General Masemola,
Yes.
Khumalo, and Mkhwanazi. Not whether when it was formed, the president met them. That was not the question. The question was, did you meet General Masemola before we go to issuing of a letter? I think there we didn't get the answer there.
Now, I'll accept that and then respond by saying the meeting on the remarks or statements of a policy nature. I don't know whether that has since been supplied to all of you. Those minutes, you will see who was there. And you will see which, the minutes of 1 November 2024. Yeah, the distribution may not have taken place, but it's
Minister, sorry, if just to refer the Honourable Chair and Honourable Members to the relevant volume, that's Exhibit Bundle 4, and it's at pages 163 to 177.
So could I go ahead? It was a meeting that was called to discuss the organizational structure. Now, I made remarks on page 3 of 15. The people who were present was Minister of Police, and I welcome Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, General Masemola, and all other people who are present. Now, it doesn't say who else was present, but maybe if we get information, my understanding is that we were with provincial commissioners as well, not just. The minister further indicated there was even labor there.
Which page you reading from?
I read from page 3 of 15. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as political killings task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, while these duplicate the existing capabilities, e.g. taxi killings, political killing in the presence of management. Now, further down in the same page, you will see what General Masimula said. General Masimula indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago, which was under discussion. He goes on and talk about. So he further stated that in terms of the inspectorate in principle, that's the first unit that we dissolved. And it's not the, and this is a unit. It was not even the task team. It's a unit in the organogram. However, there are difficulties with doing away with the unit right away. We acknowledge and accepted that. He gave example of affordability and so on. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit established. So these were, and they were present. That's my response. But there is another meeting that we held. I think it was on the 22nd. It's just that we couldn't find minutes. It is called policy statements that I made together with the National Commissioner. He made that in one of these meetings. Presentation should have a narrative in relation to the so I'm making reference to that to respond to the question. But I never met the three of them to say, General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, General Kumaluka, let's have a discussion. But let me then go to the reasons so that you will see that there were ongoing discussions on various aspects, and there are certain things that precipitated the decision to disband.
Before you proceed, Minister, are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Honorable Nhlanhla?
No, thanks, Chair. Just is bundle 4, page 164. And if the witness has actually noticed that the minutes are not signed. Just that, Chair. Thank you.
The minutes for which meeting?
The 1st of November, 2024.
From which he just read now.
Yes.
Yeah, but the question was whether there was a meeting with the three, and the answer is no.
Yes, Chair, I understand that part, but I'm saying if the minister noticed that they are not signed, so it actually touches on the authenticity and the credibility of the minutes.
Then let me start with the reasons. So the first reason,
and have you
Excuse me,
on senior counsel?
Minister, just that part, it's part of this follow-up meeting of the 1st of November, at the bottom of 3 of 15. 3 of 15. There's a reference to what General Masimula said about the task team. Can you see that the last paragraph?
yes.
It was resolved some time ago. And then later on he says, the last sentence, he further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in the form of task team and not a fixed unit / establishment. What did he mean by that, or what did you understand?
It talks about permanent structure. He refers to it as a unit, which I said as a practice in subs would be part of of the temporal.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what was he not saying that this discussion about organizational structures does not or should not include a reference to a task team because it's not a fixed unit of the establishment.
What is important to note that there's acknowledgement that it is not a permanent structure or a permanent establishment. It's not a fixed establishment.
I think we all accept that. We accept
yes.
It's been extended from every year, from 2018
yes.
through now to 2026,
2022. I'm saying from 2022, there was no substantive discussion to extend the existence. There was whatever happened after 2022, which as the last signature of the National Commissioner and the Minister on the establishment, on the existence of the task team, was then for financial purposes to say fund, and then it was as it had happened. Now, on my reasons why.
Yeah, but just to pause there,
okay.
Because it's important that we get this clear, because the former Minister Cele, certainly accepted right up until his last media briefing on the task team as the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee, that there was such a task team, that it was in place, that it was operating.
And I would agree with him.
And that the Interministerial Committee, this political committee that you're talking about, was briefed, well, twice a year.
I would agree with him.
Yes. There was never any, so, well, we don't know, maybe
that was 2023.
One of the honourable members and their researchers will look into it, but it seemed to be, even if they were operating outside of the PFMA, if it was irregular or wasteful expenditure, this seemed to have been condoned. That because they continued in operation.
No, I've indicated that we held a meeting, even if the minutes are not signed, but I would believe that because this was a meeting of the support branch of SAPS, somebody would have a correct record of this, but I'm on leave. So I got this document that was with me, not from the office. So they would have a better document in the office.
We had made a that this is what we received and this is what we've made available to you and to everyone else.
Okay.
They don't have any other minute or any other document.
So let me go on. I've then indicated that I wasn't alone on the meeting of the 1st. I wasn't alone in the meeting of the 22nd. But let me go to the other aspects, therefore, or reasons for the disbandment right away, if I could be allowed to do so. So the first reason is my belief that if you continue to have a political killings task team, you are not recognizing the new work study and the new organogram. You are denying that there's a new organogram, there's a new work study that gave rise to the new organogram. And I don't want to be in denial. I am confirming that we've done that work and that the structure, I am able to face the nation and say, the organogram that we've designed should be able to enable that are out there requiring response, effective and efficient response from police. So that's the first reason. You now have capacity. We have done the work, we have processed together with everybody in the department, not alone, signed the new organogram. And it now needs to be funded and implemented and rolled out. It caters even for the political killings, but no longer in KZN alone, all over the country. It is there, it is in place. I've demonstrated that. It has been discussed and adopted, not by me alone. Then we go to the next reason. The next reason is that when I assumed duties together with the deputy ministers, we got a number of people talking to us about various matters in the department. We were new coming in there. They would phone, they would WhatsApp, they would email. Others, in my case, they would ask. I do state that in my affidavit. Now, these people, I mean, they would call you when you are in the car. They would call you wherever, and so on. But some of these people, like the ones that are included here, because they're in different categories, like wrote extensively to us, and then wrote to Parliament as well. And
so Minister, sorry. Apologies. I do want to get to your reasons for your 31 December 2024 directive. I do want to get there.
yes.
But I was still, unless you tell me you're done, are we finished with the focus of the disestablishment of the political killings for the disestablishment of the team?
Okay.
And I think the last question was, which I think Honourable Member Malema had also flagged, and we don't have a definitive answer. Did you get into a room with General Masemola, with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, with Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's the project leader of that team, to discuss the establishment with the team motivation? What we do know is that there was this meeting on the 1st of November where you made some remarks about it. But from the minute, unless the minute is not a full recordal of what happened, this was not a discussion about the PKTT. This seems to be a passing reference to the PKTT in the context of the organizational structure of the police. And the only reference that General Masemola makes is to say, by the way, PKTT is not a unit that's part of the organizational structure. It's a task team. We don't know. We didn't have the minute, unfortunately, before us when he testified. So there's only passing reference to it. It's not a meeting where it was discussed. It was mentioned, and General Sabia had also mentioned the other night. No, it was well, I'm not even sure now whether it was mentioned or discussed in November. We took issue to mention of it in November 2024 before the decision was taken to disestablish the task. So can we accept from you there was no focused discussion on the disestablishment of the task team before 31 December 2024?
Well, Senior Counsel, I'm not sure about forecast, because there's nothing that suggests that on the 1st of November, nobody was focused on what was going on there. But if you mean that there was no day where we said this day we're going to be discussing the National Political Killings Task Team, I would say yes, there was no such a day. There was no day to discuss the National Intervention Team. The National Intervention. As a principle, you would discuss all the teams and so on if there was a day for them, and I'm sure at some point would come. And as it happens, you now know that there was a meeting that came after the disbandment. But
yeah, no, we know about this meeting.
But I wanted
before then
in the reasons, I want to capture that response. So you will then get to understand how we intended to handle that particular matter specifically in a dedicated form that you are talking about. But I've already answered that it was discussed on the 1st of November and 22nd November. Much as you would want me to say there was a day, I am answering there was no such a day when there was a dedicated discussion on this. I'm saying so.
So your answer is it was discussed with, but Mkhwanazi wasn't in the meeting. Khumalo, he wasn't in the meeting. Only General Masemola was in the meeting.
Senior Counsel, I've said, yes, there was this meeting. It was the way it was. And these statements were made in that meeting. I want to avoid talking as if we're talking about. I'm putting it as it happened, that we had a meeting on the 1st. Now, I'm not hearing you saying, why didn't you have the 3 on the 1st and not this meeting? So I had this meeting, I'm telling it as it is. And then on the 22nd, that's all we did. Not a meeting dedicated, separate, with General Khumalo, with General Mkhwanazi, and with General Masemola. No, not that way.
Yeah, so orientation as a new minister since July 2024, and even by November 2024, you're discussing the organizational design and structure. And one of those issues that crops up or arises from those discussions is the political killings task team. As part of that discussion, that's the context of that discussion. What I asked you about is whether there was any dedicated, or as you like to say, focused discussion on the political killings task team. And from this minute, it doesn't appear to have been the case. And we don't have, unfortunately, the minute of the 24th of November.
Now, let me say 2 things. I've already said there was no focused discussion on the matter, but I want to elaborate on that and give you the more detail. 2, not as if there was a prescription that it had to happen and take a particular form. There's no law that says so. 3, I mean, given what happened on the first and what happened later. But now, give me space to give you the reasons why we disbanded. And some of the answers from your question, some of the answers you will get as I move on the matter. I'm saying this to lessen the burden on senior counsel to say, answer this question. I've answered. Okay, can I? Final. All right. So the first reason is that we get to the department, we do various discussions, consultations, we read, and so on. And then gradually, I get to learn about all these things that were spoken about up to now. What happened in 2019 and so on. The work studies, the establishment, we get to discuss the imperatives of the 7th administration, and we deal with the organogram, and we come up with a new structure crafted on the basis of what had happened before, and we move on with the work. All right. It becomes imperative to me as minister that you can't have a duplicate structure or any other duplicate structures on top of what has already been put in the administration in the form of this organogram, catering for all that SAPS could do or can do in order to meet the mandates and the imperatives of the 7th Administration. And I'm saying I'm convinced that if this organogram is implemented, it will have an impact on murders, on firearms and so on crime in South Africa, based on this, if we go on. So you streamline, you say, I've got the machinery now, as we have signed off now. And it is important to note that there is no one, the National Political Killings Task Team. It has been there for 5, 6, 7 years. Put it on the organogram. No one said so. Not Commissioner Masimula, not the other generals, including General Mkhwanazi or General Kumar. So we went on with the organogram until it was finalized. But we went on with this understanding that there is no task team that, including the National Political Killings Team, Political Killings Task Team. It was never meant to be permanent. It was even referred to as a project. In many documents, is reflected on as a project. Now, if it's a project, it tells you that as a project, it would have a particular time frame of starting, particular funding, and particular time of ending. It's not a permanent project. So that's the first reason. Secondly, I got to interact with a lot of people. Deputy ministers also got to interact with many people. Now, others made written inputs and others didn't. The categories of people who are speaking to us are different. Maybe let me start with the one that even finally made me write on the 31st of December. A number of people who were part of the National Political Task Team sent WhatsApps to me and to the deputy ministers. Others, as I've said, would want to see me privately, confidential. And we had talks. And there are quite a number. Now, those people would say, we don't want to be revealed. We don't want to be known. We just are coming here to say there are these particular issues. Let me categorize them. They are in two categories, those issues. They are of an HR nature. The practices within National Political Killings Task, HR matters. Two, they are of a nature that made me feel that if these matters are not attended to expeditiously, they have potential, if not already, of damaging the reputation of SAPS, amounting to others defeating the ends of justice. So they were in two categories. Now, those matters, as I've indicated, they were detailed in the conversations in various forms that I've indicated. Now, I had to process. First, we started with a meeting on the 21st of November with the two deputy ministers. We started. So each one of us said, hey, because we were specific, we're discussing what we were receiving, the complaints, the grievances, and all of that. So we discussed this. Others we had already started addressing by allocating. You address the problem of so and so, you address the problem of so and so, and that was done. And we're beginning to do work. But I convened this specific meeting. The resolution in that meeting said, Minister, these things that we have shared here are important. Go and engage the National Commissioner. The form it must take. And all of that. It was just go and engage National Commissioner on all these matters that we've just discussed and other related matters. Now, I will come back later to say what then happened. But because we didn't discuss the nature of the form in which it was left upon me to really look at how I would go about engaging the National Commissioner, which I did. And it took some time before I could satisfy myself that this is the form it must take. Now, let me put a comma there. That's the first reason. That's the second reason. The other reason is around there were also a lot of other information that we got. I had already mentioned, called us, road to Parliament, and so on. And there's one thing that I normally do. Mary Dehas is a well-established...
Who is Mary Dehas? We've heard her name here now many times.
Mary Dehas is a KwaZulu-Natal-based violence monitor who has been there over time. I've never had the opportunity, as far as I can recall, of having met her, but I yes.
Look at the letter.
Okay. That's the person I'm talking about.
In the Exhibit 4. It's at pages 14 to 21, Exhibit 4.
Yes.
So you never met her?
If I recall, if it happened, it must have happened some time ago, long time ago.
When you were the
But
Premier?
not when I was MSc or Premier or what, I don't recall, let alone after becoming minister.
And
but I've read her statements.
so she's not an advisor to you?
Not at all.
You hadn't met her. She writes to you
Merely as minister.
on the
I suppose.
31st of October 2020.
She wrote to the portfolio committee.
And
She's
she wrote
not,
to the
she's
portfolio
not,
committee.
she's not, all right.
So, and you don't know her?
Then I read what she wrote.
You've never met her? You don't know her personally? Did you check out her credentials?
No, I know her.
You know her?
Yes, she has been there in KZN for a long time. It's difficult to miss anyone who is in parliament who comes from there. You would have heard or known or read.
Even I don't come from there, but I've heard of her over the years. And then
Okay.
To be fair, she's at times she bravely stood her ground during the apartheid years, and there was police brutality. So I do, but I'm not sure that if she writes a letter to me and I'm the Minister of Police, seriously.
No, I haven't said I took her advice. I merely said she wrote to me.
Well, you're not dealing with your reasons. The Merida House letter is one of those reasons.
She wrote a letter to me. I'm still telling the story, what happened. So she wrote to me and I read it, letters or calls. I normally don't ignore when people write or call me. I tried and make an effort to respond to what they say. There are many people who have phoned me over time, but I've never met them. But sometimes I respond to them. So I did look at the letters and so on. And I also read her correspondence to the portfolio committee. If I'm not mistaken, she would have written to me and CC'd them to me and so on. Now, I do also ask my communications people to get articles written by people about South African Police Service, to get them to me in the form of copies and so on. Not with the purpose of responding to, but getting to know what they have to say about South African police, including her saying on various occasions about that. And I read those things that she spoke about. Then there's another lady called Patricia Mashale, who write almost every second day about South African police, especially on the negative side. So I read what she writes, but I've never responded and I've never called her to discuss any of her articles or letters or WhatsApps or whatever. I just read and keep. And at some point, the way she writes to us, I got a bit worried because she seems to know quite a lot of things, including letters was written by this person or that person within subs. So I asked the IGI to say, can you give me about her? And he did. And he wrote back to me about what he was saying to me about her and so on. Basically saying, well, his own understanding of her, having profiled her, his understanding of her is mixed. There are things that she says that are true, but there are others that are true, but she continues to write, and sometimes about something that is a mere rumor that doesn't exist and so on. So her correspondence was mixed.
So you got someone to do a little bit of homework on Ms. Mashale?
Yes, because I didn't know her. It's not like Mary Dehas, who I knew.
You didn't need anyone to do any homework on Ms. Dehas?
Mary?
Dehas.
Yeah, I've said I know Mary. Yeah. I've known and what she says and so on. That's what I said. Not okay.
I think she also appeared before the Morani.
Yes.
Some kind of
but Mashale, I had never met and I had not heard, but she was really posting things and so on. And then I asked the IGI to look at and write to me about her, and he did, and I read it. At some point, I shared this is what IGI is saying about Patricia Morgan. But National Commissioner, she has also written to her or sent WhatsApp to him and so on. We just shared that generally and we passed.
Okay.
Now, there's the second category.
Yeah, before you proceed, there is a hand from Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I understood the minister to have said he asked the IGI, which will mean Inspector General of Intelligence, to check on this person. Now, after he gave that answer, the SC says, you are saying you asked on someone to do homework. You can't refer to IGI as someone. He has to be referred to as IGI consistently. Yes. You can't make that mistake because it's going to disappear. He asked IGI to check on her, and the SC says, oh, you asked on someone. It can't be. It has to be one answer, and the minister answered that.
The record is the person that the minister requested to check on Miss Patricia Mashale. That person is the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Point taken, Honorable Malema.
Yes.
So I wrote to the IGI and he then responded.
So, Minister, you say the name of the person is Miss Patricia Mashale?
Yes. Okay. Yes, Chair.
And the matter was referred.
She would write about crime intelligence matters quite extensively, and she would send emails and so on. That's why I went to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And then I got the advice in writing about her. Now,
so when you say that she used to write extensively about intelligence matters, what do you mean? You mean it's unusual for a person in her position to write about those matters? Or did she have a more than sufficient information that you would ordinarily expect her to have?
No, what she did is write and send you a WhatsApp on your phone, on a fence, which appear to be SAPS documents, genuine, but send them to you. She would send you reports of one situation or the other, criminality, and so on. She wrote also about, she sent me when about that those weapons and people that we found in Mpumalanga. She wrote.
I want to know, is she qualified to be in possession of such information?
I wouldn't say she qualifies because
not all of it. Other information may be general or public information that everybody knows is reported in the news. So what we want to establish is whether is there some of the information which when she converses with you, you get worried information like this one, because this is SAPS information.
The frequency with which she wrote and the stuff she wrote and sent and so on is the one that made me say, who is this person? IGI, can you profile? And after that, I spoke to the National Commissioner, who confirmed that he too does receive that on a frequent basis, almost to everybody and so on. That's the nature of things. And I'm merely mentioning in passing that she also did write. Now, this is what we were talking about, not necessarily in detail with the deputy ministers. Now, I said I would come back to on the budget matters. Now, on budget, I'm trying to check my submission where I wrote about budget. On budget, I've already indicated that throughout, or let me indicate that throughout our discussions with SAPS management, from when we arrived during orientation, this is on the decreased budget. In other words, decreased resources within SAPS. You would ask, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? They will always say, there's no man. There's no man. Even after we identified what we referred to as priorities, ministerial priorities, that were expanding on the other priorities of the state as a whole. But they continued, I mean, like technology, for instance. We have had extensive discussions on technology. And they continued to say, well, yeah, we take those priorities, infrastructure in the form of police stations, and other. We don't have all the money. We hear you, we hear the priorities and so on, but there's no money. And therefore, this was lingering in my mind all the time to say, where can we make better of resources to SAPS because of the shortage? So budget allocated to SAPS was one of the main factors, key factors that made us think, what is that we need to do? When we took the decision to disband the police inspectorates that we have, because you have people in office in the form of police inspectorate who you may seemingly not require in that form, but you require them, their skills, their experience, and their work elsewhere you definitely need them. And so that's why we then say maybe we need to deploy them, redeploy them elsewhere, optimizing on the budget. Now, as we did so, the budget allocated to SAPS became one of the things that I considered when I wrote the letter, to give effect to more optimization of our resources from within SAPS, and we did that. Now, the budget became quite a difficult subject. I want to, on my supplement, say something about this. We had to consider certain things. One of them is what I heard the National Commissioner mention during the commission, Madlanga Commission, and subsequent I heard things. They were, in responding to questions that were asked, responded using the language inclusive of traditional ways of investigation, normal ways of investigating, common ways of investigating. Of course, they were responding. But what it revealed, without them intending to do so, was that in a way in which political killings task team, which is efficient, which is good, the way in which they investigate cases, good. Let me not talk about results, just good, that they approach things that way. But this is confined to a specific category of people. The rest of the people are condemned to common ways of investigating, traditional ways of investigating, and common ways of investigating. Now, from where I sit as minister, we can't go on like that. You can't say because it's a public representative investigating, but because it's not a public representative or it's not an induna, let us use the normal or traditional or common way of investigation. The Constitution doesn't say so. What we rather can do is to take the experience, you then make it apply all over as a good practice, different from the practice that is called traditional, that is called normal. To me, this is one of the ticking bombs in the South African Police Service, especially when you pronounce it that there are various levels of in terms of quality of investigating. That talks to your ethics. It talks to your kind of mentality, the kind of practice that you want to see established on my side. And the Constitution does allow us to do that. We need to improve. If there's a particular experience that we've gained from a province in one way or the other, let it be taken and duplicated elsewhere, because everybody requires speciality and attention. We can't justify it on an ongoing basis. It's unfair and unconstitutional. So I'm such that, in summary, you need to optimize optimize how you use your budget. And I'm saying there are ways in which we have intervened to optimize. We even we called it the optimization of the budget. How effective, how efficient would we use the budget for this particular purpose? Now, there are issues I've already indicated, a number of them, that we are doing very badly in. I've already given technology. At one point, it was very painful to listen to police in one district in the Eastern Cape saying the challenges we have, frustrations we have, is that we have old equipment in subs. And our targets in the form of criminals, they use advanced equipment. And in detecting them, they are the ones who detect us, and they run away from us because they know we have old technology, and they will be able to tell where we are, and they will go to the other way. And then when we go to the other way, so technology, we're not good at all. We're quite bad in technology, quite low on technology. The next one is police accommodation. There are police stations that are terrible in South Africa, quite a number. You get calls, you get grievances. At one point, I attended to a meeting requested by the Honorable Chief Whip, the Honorable Ntuli, to his constituents. He was saying, come and listen to a number of people in my constituency about a police station in Marian Hill. And as is operated from a shell that I am very, very embarrassed about, a police station in the area where I come from. But there are many others which are like that. When you look at them, you can't believe that there's somebody working there or who can do any good job, just looking at the structure of the building itself. And we are far behind. We have huge backlogs on police stations. So we need money like that. And then support to detectives. Detectives wear clothing like us, but they have 1,000 rand allowance per year, per month, to buy suits and so on, because they're detectives. They're even worse off than those who are in uniform because they get distributed with the uniform. So we needed to say how to do this. That's why we convened a workshop, 3-day workshop in March, to say how do we improve some of these working conditions in subs, personnel and vehicles. If you hear somebody in subs saying that in our police station there are only 4 vehicles, my guess would be there are more than 6 vehicles allocated there. It's just that half of the vehicles that are allocated to that police station are not functional. So out of 6, and it's a constant and consistent grievance out there for which you need to respond by availing resources. Lack of forensic labs. I'm identifying priorities which need funding, for which even the portfolio committee can't assist us, and Treasury can't assist us. So we have to find resources inside. Deteriorating budget. Equity in remuneration. As we speak, much as we were able to raise salaries after the workshop, allowed in Parliament, who are aware that these units that we're proud of, like TRT, like NIU, maybe NIU a little bit better, but other units, task force, POP, and all of that, get very little money. Maybe around 4,000, around 5,000 a month. And these are married people. These are adults. They get very little with the training, specialized training that they have. And it's painful. But as we talk now, after the workshop in March, we were able to raise the salaries of all the others except TRT. They are still where they are. And it's painful. But I am aware that the people in PKTT, it's not a fault of those who are in PKTT. Their claims are far better than those in all other units. I'm talking about units while they are only a task team. They have better cars. They have better accommodation. All these others, including detectives, they use barracks and they use private homes of people. And they're vulnerable and so on. So we need to bring equity on those matters. Now, I'm then saying this is one, just the dynamics of the needs for the budget, which made us think that we need to optimize and so on. Now, let me go on to another reason.
Suppose the chair, can we take a short break?
Yeah, I wanted to check how many more reasons are left, because we want you to break.
Okay. Now,
how long will it take you to present all those reasons?
I'm sure if you give me another 30 minutes, taking delight that tomorrow I'm back here. And I want to explain to the chair, from the 6th of July, I'm wearing General Mkhwanazi. From the 6th of July, I'm smelling General Mkhwanazi. And this is the first opportunity that I'm getting to explain myself. And I'm going to do justice to that. And I'm pleading with you to give me the opportunity to do that. Considering as well that he has gone to the commission for quite a long time, piling the accusations
on a point of order,
and so on. So I'm responding to those.
On a point of order.
Let me take, because I didn't want you to debate them.
On a point of order.
Let me take the two hands, Honorable Malema, Honorable Skosan.
No, I don't think you explained properly to a minister. We're not leaving. We're asking how long will you take to respond to this question so we can break for comfort break and come back. You are still with us. We can be here until 2 in the morning. Don't worry. We're just asking for comfort break.
I would say, thank you very much for that. I'm very, very comfortable. And I'm subject. I thought that you were saying you want to break. So I'm obliged to your direction, to your directives.
Yeah. I wanted
to finish just the reason.
To say to you that
the reasons.
Because you have listed reasons.
Yes.
So I wanted to know how many reasons now are left for you to conclude that part.
Okay.
So that we can give you a comfort break.
Okay. I can do this in, say, 20 minutes to wrap up.
That is too much.
Yes.
So we must break now.
Okay.
And then come back after that 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you can continue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think the minister doesn't know that we even go knock off at 1 a.m. in the morning. We don't mind.
Yeah. No, you must not be worried. But look,
Okay.
If that is what you are wearing or what you are smelling is combat clothes, I will advise you to wear Senzo Mchunu and not General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you.
Smell Mchunu and not Mkhwanazi. Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before your break, the remark from the minister that he's smelling, from the 6th, for me, he has started to smell like General Sibia. I thank you, Chair.
No, yeah, no, you are out of order because what the chair has said here is that Minister Mchunu is Minister Mchunu and General Mkhwanazi is General Mkhwanazi. It ends there. Yeah, Ariska in Chamai. No. Honorable members, we've taken a comfort break. 20 minutes, yes. You come back at 16:40.
I was in coaching.
So what was down the last time? What's happening, sir? You are listening to us from a television. You are listening to us from a television.
I saw you sleeping. I saw you sleeping again. You didn't. Oh, that's not start.
Right?
can proceed. The time that you requested, we are allocating it to you now. Minister, do you want to continue presenting those reasons?
Yes, please. I was waiting for the council to. Okay.
I think he's still reorganizing himself. You can just proceed and present those. Complete that part of the reasons that you were presenting.
Yes, I'm note, and I'm now wanting to just summarize the reasons, but by going back to the one where I put a comma. The group of people that wanted private conversations and others sent WhatsApps and so on, and who expressed concerns about their security and all of that. And who I said what they were saying to me, I took the decision that whenever there's an opportunity, which I didn't think at that time, I didn't know what mechanism we would need to follow. I decided and accepted that their safety would almost go, and so I said 1, 2, 3. It wouldn't augur well on their part. And this influenced me not to go to the National Commissioner as I would have done with other grievances and other complaints, because there was now security. It had nothing to do with trusting or not trusting the National Commissioner. Even the DMs, I didn't go to them to say there is this, but this process of thinking what mechanism the engagement would take, especially on this particular aspect, it took me really some time to settle with something that is balanced, that I was happy with. Now, when finally in that last day of the year, I decided to write the letter. First thing, I calculated months I'd been appointed to police. It was 5 months at that time. And when I looked at our performance, I was happy with our performance and in terms of progress that we made. But it didn't meet my standards. I must, in terms of progress on all the difficulties that we're coming across and make subs work better, especially if calculated from one imperative of this seventh administration, make people feel secure in the country. So I felt that we were lagging behind and there was a gap. So I then said, no, I'm not going to, this was a decision that I had been nursing, but without settling for it, deciding that I'm settling. Now, when we broke after the 28th, we only stopped working on the 28th of December. I had time to sit. I went to my home where I grew up in the rural area. Some of the rural areas like mine, they are open, really rural, and you think better when you are there. Some of you who come from those areas that are open, I see Honorable Mngwanazi smiling. He knows the processing. I then got time to think in a concentrated way, 29, 30, even on those days. I had not settled to it, no, I must write a directive. But because I put myself under pressure to really come to the conclusion of my thinking process, there was also an intervention that at the beginning of the year, when we open, what is it that we will be upfront in terms of dealing with and delivering? And so early in the morning on the 31st, I woke up, I took the pen. In my home where I sleep when I'm there is a rendezvous. So I went there to sit on the table and started writing. Now, firstly, when General Mkhwanazi even took pain trying to, people who were sitting somewhere in a corner, I was looking at him on TV. I did see that he really was trying very hard to find a corner somewhere in South Africa where these people were sitting, who he didn't name. And he ended up not naming that place. What the truth is, I sat down in that room alone and I wrote the three. They came from the work that we had been doing. And in my assessment, they came up tops as uppermost in my mind, also considering the views of people. Now, which are these issues? It is the disbandment of the political task team, merely as part of, not that I have any particular individual in the team that I have a problem with, but it was optimization. I will get resources and so on, more resources to do what we have to do in advancing the work. And my calculation was that it would be a process that at some point we would discuss in a particular way. As team, we would need to disband it. 2, it is the border management, because we have, as leadership, whether here in Parliament or in the executive, some instances you really can't, you feel you can't explain. Like when a young 6-year-old girl, among other matters, was murdered in Soweto. And it turned out that she had been murdered by a foreigner, somebody from outside, from Mozambique. And when you looked at that person and the age of the child and the atrocity, the manner, the cruelty that went into the murdering of that child, I really felt embarrassed. It was one of the things that I recorded, that maybe if I had taken some steps to reduce the inflow in border as subs among other people who are on the border, we could have saved the life of the child. That came to me. Then I then wrote border management, but by then I had become aware that in fact the exit and entrance points in South Africa are porous. Those people who are criticizing us for not taking these matters up the way we should as government over time are correct. And border management came as a result. It is matters inside. I come from KZN, northern part of KZN. I often speak to people in Manguzi and so on. And those people live in fear, literal fear of losing their cars, losing themselves, and all of that. In other words, being victims of these people who are maranguing in that particular area. And murders have taken place by these people and so on. And so I identified that as a second thing that I would want to tackle very early at the beginning of the year. And then the third one was freezing posts in crime intelligence. Now, let me then wrap up on the, as I say, on the political killings, Tassim, why I said that the prime issue was, how do I disclose if I phone the National Commissioner, if I talk to the National Commissioner and all the other people who are managing the political killings task team, but him in particular, or deputy ministers or deputy ministers. I felt that, let me reduce the risk to myself of these people and nevertheless take the decision while mitigating the exposure and the risk on the side of these people. Then I wrote political killings team and it, I stand by it, that I will deal, of course, with the constitutionality and lawfulness thereof. But in terms of reaching that decision and writing it, if there's one person to talk about on it, it's me. Let's not look for some people who are in the corner. In the writing and transmitting my decision, there are only 3 people who were involved. One, it was the chief of staff in my office, because I didn't want to personalize it to a point where I simply write from home, and like I wanted the office to house it, to host it, but we're not together with the chief of staff. So I said, here is the letter. Send it to the special advisor, Advocate Piccoli, who was in Pretoria, and the letter was sent to him. And he looked at it, he made some inputs, it went back to, he sent them to me, I read it, and I said, go ahead. That's the process. So don't look any further for any reason, even if you somehow believe that I have no capacity to write that letter. for some reason. I don't think that there is any engineering of anything in that. It merely were the selection of issues I felt strong about, but not on behalf of myself, but flowing from the work that is expected of me to deal with and make impact in terms of the work that I do. And it was not the letters of love affairs as a schoolboy. I wrote plenty of those letters. I'm talking serious work. I've done so in my job. I'm not saying so, honorable member. It really was not the first letter, and I don't think it is the last letter. Just a letter to write, related to work. That's why I'm saying I'm taking personal responsibility of that letter, and I stand by it. Now, with identifying those three matters, but the reason why I couldn't call General Masimula, called General Mkhwanazi, called General Kumar to my home or elsewhere is because the finality of engaging on that matter came in that particular form. In the last days of the year, honest about it. I make an effort to be honest all the time. I may not reach highest levels, but I always try to be honest. There was no one, and I would want even the ad hoc committee, if you want, to take the gadget that I used, if they will not have taken it, to go and search whether that doesn't originate from there, and I trust technology. It can do. I will hand it over to the ad hoc committee. You will never find it originated from, and I was sitting alone at home, but there were other people like my wife, they were there, my children were there. I'm not meaning, but when I wrote, it was written by me, it was sent and to two other people. So don't be under any illusion, no matter how serious it is said, no matter who says so, it was written by me, that letter. So the reason why I couldn't consult, it was because of, in the main, the circumstances for that group of people. I've gone on the group of people to engage evidence leader to explain the situation and said, I wouldn't want to talk on behalf of anybody, of any one of them. I would want the ad hoc committee to make means for them to come and give evidence, their own evidence. As they said to me, if they were lying to me, they will lie to you as well. I want them I want them to say these things live to you. That's why I didn't, there was no such a platform when I wrote, but nevertheless, I said to myself, I would have to say, should we come up with an inquiry at ministerial level, just for these people to get a fair platform where they will feel safe and confident, because we can't just treat a risk of life, and this is a security thing, and say people must go and talk anyhow, anywhere, and so on. Because they themselves said so to me, please look after ourselves. We trust you. We are talking about these things as they are. We have experienced these things firsthand in these two categories that I said, human resource practices and others that border, if not exactly, on defeating the ends of justice. And the names of people there. And I have responsibility to protect those individuals. That's why we went elaborate. Where will they be accommodated? And how will they come here? And there must be somebody who lead each one of them on writing a statement to the ad hoc committee. We can't just leave it to them. They need to be assisted in terms of how to compile a statement to the ad hoc committee. So those are the reasons why I didn't convene anyone to talk about disbandment. But it is not proper to say there was no one else who was involved in processing all these things that I've spoken about as reasons. For instance, the budget. I'm not the only person in SAPS who knows that our budget is thinned up. I'm not. Even National Commission's accounting officer knows. Minister of Finance, but this is my colleague, I know. He would have said, Minister, there's no money. And I know that President and Treasurer have set up a mechanism to visit all of us as ministers to check if we are optimizing our budgets. So I started the process on my own to optimize and so on. So the space in which we're operating is defined like that, and I'm honest in saying it was like that. But let me come to legal. When I came to that, when you write a directive, the difference between other directives is that other directives you would say when you are in a meeting and so on, but there's directives. Let me make an example. The one to disband the police inspectorate. We were in a meeting, and I said, just brief me what these people do. We were in a meeting. Then they said they do 1, 2, 3, how many, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Then I said, what would happen to SAPS if we were to do away with the police inspectorate? Not that I called the commander of the inspectorate or whoever. We were just in a meeting, normal meeting. And they said, in principle, we agree. And then they went to do that. Now, decisions in the ministry and management, I have directed that they would be taken at MINESCO, that is Minister, plus top management meetings, we call them MINESCO. These are key decisions in the department, so that they are not taken by ministry alone, they are not taken by management alone. We take them together. That's why in the directive, the only thing that was there is one of the things that was there, indication that we will still go there and discuss the matter. With all honesty, I believe very strongly that the Constitution of the Republic allows the minister, or that the minister has power to take the decision that I took in relation to directives, all three of them. I start with section 206, subsection 1, which addresses the political responsibility for the police service. It states, I quote, must be responsible for policy and must determine national policing policy. After consulting the provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces as determined by the provincial executive. This is what it says. You may have heard one of the generals in the Nhlanhla Commission saying the policing policy that has been endorsed and is in operation is the first one since 2018 to be, or if not since whatever period, I think she was saying 1994 or something like that. So that policing policy, we developed it, it is in place, in line with the statute. But is it taking account? That's one. 207, it deals with a different matter. The control of the police service. Now, it reads as follows. The president, as head of the national executive, must appoint a woman and a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage. Yes, I was looking for manage. Control and manage the police service. And subsection 2 says, the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the National Policing Policy and the directions of the cabinet member, writing what I believe to be directives, 3 of them, in line with these powers, and sending them to National Commissioner, who I know is responsible for management and control of police. It deals with that. So I write to a directive. There's a further section, 208, which governs the civilian secretariat, establishment thereof, and so on. Colleagues in Parliament who make laws, and they are clear about this. So minister has 3 powers, broadly speaking, in summary. Determine national policing policy, direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers of managing and controlling, and 3, direct the civilian secretariat, which must be established by national legislation. The Constitution, which is my next point, does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy beyond, say, go to the provinces, check what their needs are, and determine accordingly. This is left to the minister, except that particular prescript, which you can't do away with. You can't do without of consulting. The Constitution contemplates an all-encompassing policy which sets the framework for the operations of the policy for the police. Once determined, the police must operate within the contours of such a framework. So minister is given a role, there's no doubt about that. It's given a role. It's not something that I crafted myself. You are given by the Constitution to say when the National Commissioner exercising control and management, it must be within the contours of your determinations and of your directives. Which directives must be there and must be given? Not when they are not given, when they are given. So I did that. And I believe it is outside the Constitution, as some people believe. So the Constitution and the SAPS Act envisage that the policy and directions will be enforceable. Hence, the civilian secretariat to evaluate and monitor implementation That's why the statute therefore assigns the institution of the special function to monitor their implementation. Now, the nature of the direction that minister may issue to the National Commissioner is not specified. It doesn't have color. It doesn't say it's only this direction that you will give. It is red or it's green or it is gold. It's not. It says you will give directives. And I wrote directives and I gave them. It's not specified in the Constitution. However, regard must be had to the language of Section 207 and 2. I acknowledge that, which imposes a limitation in the exercise of that constitutional imperative. So in other words, you can't just give any directive. It must be as the Constitution says. The provisions empower the National Commission, because these provisions, 207, 1 and 2, empower the National Commissioner to manage and control the service. That's clearly an operational power over service. However, the minister has his own areas of exercising power in terms of the Constitution. The National Commissioner has his own, and they are written down in black and white. But each one is limited by the other. Each one is limited by the other. It's not a free zone. Now, when I elaborate on my own, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been minister in other departments. I do say, in reality, this is two sides of the same coin. The relationship, the power relations between a minister of determining policy, of giving directions. But if the Director General or National Commissioner is not there and it doesn't cooperate as the other side of the same coin, you won't go anywhere. Similarly, National Commissioner can't just do outside of the directives, outside of the policy. So this is a compelling kind of issue or exercise of power relations between the two. Let me go on with that. I didn't exceed the powers of the minister in writing those directives, nor did I exceed the powers of the Constitution and even the Act, the SAPS Act. Now, the issue of time, I'm just taking leisure to deal with. I attached immediately. Now, the directive would still have been the directive even without immediately, but I added immediately because, as I indicate, I wanted to send a message. I would want the National Commissioner to have this in mind, but it was not like in a drill. You know, in a drill, you say left, and the person you are commanding must really lift the left leg, as and when you say up. You shout another instruction. You turn left, they do this. Turn right, they do so. Aim, you aim, all of you. It's an instruction that. But But the context of these instructions that come from a minister and these ones that came from are not the same as those in a drill. And it's always like that. Not in the form of a drill. It wouldn't mean that when the National Commissioner receives the directive, he has to do this on the spot. That is why I gave a window. It was deliberate. Go and write an interim report. An interim report. I didn't say an interim report. It didn't. It says on the 20th.
Okay, Minister. There are honorable members that are raising hand. I wanted you to explain that part so that your chain of thought is not disrupted. That is why I kept them waiting for some time. Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, Chair, no, we wanted to be reminded of a question to which the minister is responding, because it must not appear as though he's addressing us. The evidence leader has been quiet for quite some time, and the minister has addressed various aspects of his evidence. He has addressed the reasons, he has addressed the constitutionality of his reasons, and the evidence leader has just kept quiet. So as he continues to, we also peruse the documents. So he shouldn't address for a very long time without getting proper guidance in terms of the questions that must be posed to him. So which question is the minister answering?
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I was raising that as well to say, it's unfortunate that the minister indeed is addressing us and not the question which the evidence minutes or 15 minutes. And I'm not sure whether this is how this witness is going to present to us, because the evidence leader so far has been quiet. It might go up to an hour if we are not careful, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Malem.
Chair, I see nothing wrong with what the minister is doing. He has been asked the question, and before we went for comfort break, minister said something that has been haunting him from the 6th of July. All we can do is to listen to him. It's our job to listen. And at an appropriate moment, when he's done, the evidence leaders will ask those questions if they have them. Minister must be considerate of the fact that there is not unlimited time. But it can't be us who are going to stop a minister who wants to share as much as he can with us. And we're going to have an opportunity to ask questions and direct, especially after he pleaded with you before when he thought we were breaking, that he's got issues, he has been sitting with them, and this is an opportunity for him to ventilate those issues. So I think we're all in order here. If people are sleeping, it's not our problem.
Honorable members, let me do this. I'm noting your hands. May I allow the minister to finish presenting the reasons that he said he wanted this weekend? So if you have any question for clarity, you can raise a hand and be clarified on whatever he's saying. But he requested, even before we took comfort break, that I want to be given time to conclude. And I remember it was me who even asked him how much time do you need? And when we came back from break, I checked with the senior counsel, and the signal that I got from him was that let's allow the minister to make a presentation. Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Nhlanhla, Chief Whip. Yes.
No, Chair.
No, I can see your hands are.
We're actually not going to enter.
Are persistent.
We will not go.
I can't ignore you.
Yes, telling people, accusing them of sleeping and so on.
Let's focus.
What we are raising here, yes, I'm focusing there, Chair. What we are raising here, Chair, is that we're not stopping the minister. We want to follow him.
Yeah.
But we're not only following him. We are following questions and answers that are given to questions. The minister has addressed various aspects. Now, we want to be reminded, and it's our right as members of this committee. No one has dominance and monopoly of speaking here. We're going to speak as members of this committee, whether people like it or not. Now, what we want guidance on is a question to which the minister is responding, because he has given different dimensions. And we have even forgotten the question that was asked from him. Because we're also following, Chair. We want to also make a determination of whether the minister is responding correctly to questions or not. So let's.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you'll recall that when we came back from the break, the issue at hand that was placed before the minister by the evidence leaders was the issue relating to the power dynamics, power relations, between who has more power between the National Commissioner and the Minister for a dissolution. The minister is on record saying, let me take the ad hoc committee through the constitutionality of my decision. And he has went to section 206 of the Constitution, went to section 207 of the Constitution. So he's addressing that currently. I think we're still on track in terms of what the evidence leader has asked and what the minister is addressing. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, Chair, I'm largely covered by what Honorable Nhlanhla is saying, but I think Nomvalo from the one of Honorable Skhosana. I think Honorable Nomvalo is making a plea that should have been handled without really opening a long conversation, because all he's inquiring about which questions was the minister dealing with, and even you, Chair, you could have intervened to say no, he's dealing with this and the matter is closed. The problem is the intervention by Honorable Skhosana, in which he is then arguing that the time span given to the minister is equivalent to an address. And so the intervention by Honorable Malema arises from that problem. Actually, the first question, I thought there was nothing untoward about the question. The problem was the intervention to suggest that the length of the response is equivalent to an address. So that's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Malema.
No, Chair, as long as you press a mic here and speak, a concentration problem is not a collective problem. Don't make it our problem. So you are not going to say, no one is going to dominate us here, thinking you're going to speak and speak things we won't respond to. We are going to respond to. If you are challenged and the mind is feeling pain now, it's none of our problem. If you are partisan people with weak minds and concentration span, is the party's problem. It's not our problem. Listen, the minister's talking now.
No, let me rule you out.
No, Chair, no, let's address that behavior. That hooliganism. Let's address that hooliganism.
I'm ruling the statement.
No, let's address that hooliganism, Chair.
Yeah, but
let's address that hooliganism.
Let me speak first.
Let's address that hooliganism. We're not scared of the man. Yeah, we can address him.
Honorable number.
If we are scared of him, we're not scared of him.
Honorable number.
Let's address him.
Honorable number. There is no way I will not allow you to speak. I'm ruling that statement out of order. It's what I'm saying to be made. And I'm ruling it out. So now I give you a chance to speak.
I withdraw, Chair.
You have made a progressive ruling, Chair. Thank you very much. That's why we have confidence in you.
So, relax, Minister. No. Wait. Honorable members, can I check if there is still anyone amongst you who wants to say something? Okay. The people who are operating the cameras of Parliament, because when we ask the minister questions, he may take some time to respond. In our meetings, what we normally do, we rotate speakers. So if you can also rotate the camera so that it does not always focus on the minister. Minister, we are back from the ad break.
No, Chair, I think I thought the intervention made by Honorable Mkhwanazi, politely so, with a high level of maturity, is going to assist us. The intention was to get which question is the minister responding to for the purposes of our records, nothing else. If you can remind, you can do it by yourself, Chair.
No, that point is covered. Everybody agrees with it.
And then which question, if you can remind us a question to which he is responding.
So you want the senior counsel to restate the question. I thought that what the honorable members, the three of them, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Malema, and Honorable Ntuli, have sufficiently explained the question that the minister was addressing. In fact, you were right when you asked, because you wanted to have a proper understanding of what the minister was doing. And I think the honorable members have assisted to bring you on board. And so let's allow the minister to continue presenting the reasons that he wants us to understand from the logic behind the decision that he has taken. Is that proper, Minister? I want to apologize if your chain of thought would have been distracted.
No, I'm fine. That's proper.
Thank you so much.
Chair, in case anyone needs help, I'm here.
But you are advertising that brand. Can we continue?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my belief and my submission that
my benevolence is infectious.
that the National Political Task Team was not established by the National Commissioner. It's my belief. And I've done the best that I could to think through, and I'm convinced that there's no national commissioner who, after the matter of Mr. Mkhwanazi, went to establish the task team. It was the president who went there. And it was executive, or that was not there, the IMC. When they meet, they then say there must be this further mechanism called Of course, with the then National Commission and other officers, but the directive came from a political setup via the intervention, and the human beings that are there were the executive, several ministers at the instance of the president. So they then say, do 1, 2, 3. And then it gets done and so on. It was not, for instance, 702, the minister using his powers in the office, which are there to say, let me establish this. When those who were acting to craft this, when they were doing, and there's nothing bad about that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It was necessary, and it happened. So I contest very honestly, but strongly, a view that says that we have the National Political Killings Task Team because General Stoll at that time went to think hard about it and he came up with the idea. He only facilitated it after he was directed to do that. He was directed through a political intervention. Now, if a political intervention can establish a task team, why can't the same political intervention be allowed when it comes to disestablishing the political killings task team? It can, because you can't on one hand, the president appoints a minister, for instance, with due powers given to him. When he wants to disappoint you, he can't be told by somebody you needed to have consulted the fellow and so on. He disappoints you. He just makes a statement, you are no longer a minister. And in some cases, at some point, you would just have a press briefing elsewhere without even telling the fellow. And then the fellow will see how, I'm not, there's a new one. So that which was born through political intervention can be unborn, can be disestablished via. It's one thing to disagree, but that disagreement must not, well, people can always refer because it's an argument, but I believe that legislation, for the reasons that I've given, and that at the center of it, it was not the National Commissioner who established this. He was directed to do it by a political intervention emanating from the president. And this is what I believe. The decision to disband the PKT, as I've said, was for lawful reasons. It was not for unlawful reasons. Not at all. Well, I know that when General Mkhwanazi made a statement, among other things, the accusation was that I disbanded this because I wanted to protect criminal syndicates. I want criminal syndicates. I wonder. But not that I wanted to protect them. And I will say how I have demonstrated in the past that I want them. So it was for lawful reasons. Anyone else, it came from me as Minister of Police. And I've capacity to think to that level. In my role, I may be wrong, I may be right, but the decision was not for unlawful reasons. As a matter of fact, I have nothing to do with criminal syndicates myself. I've never had anything to do with them in my life. Not once. And not Amber. Not Amber. It has never happened. And it will never happen. It will never happen. Well, accusation is another when I'm accused, but I know statements have been made in this comment that I'm no criminal. General Mkhwanazi knows in his conscience that I'm not a criminal, that I have nothing to do with criminal syndicates. He knows. Now, let me go on. So it was not for criminal reasons. Now, I may as well add the crimes that are being associated or lined up with the decision. Those activities on those alleged criminals and people there, for whatever reason. These people were investigated and so on, and whatever happened, because the 10 members did not start from scratch on those Gauteng cases. They didn't. They were already being investigated. So it would mean police in Gauteng must then say, how so? And as a matter of fact, I didn't know that on the 6th, there was whatever, when I took the decision on the, because even if General Masimla comes to you and say, we are investigating so and so, you don't memorize that and say, yeah, he is pursuing so and so. You don't. You just say, thank you. But in 2 hours, in a day or two, you may forget that he told you that he was pursuing. That is why, even following the arrest of Mlife, for whatever reason, National Commissioner told me, actually, that it is something that has to do with briefing that. So when, after the arrest, and I didn't see the arrested person linked with the member of parliament, I phoned National Commission to say,
Minister, did you say Molefe, who is a member of parliament?
I happen to know that there's an honorable member called Brian Mlife. And that is what that is what National Commissioner indicated to me, as a matter of fact. But after the arrest, when I didn't see a Brian from news, I saw I phoned National Commissioner and I said, you seem to have, is it? And then he said, no, it's a relative. Why do I stand accused for somebody who was not even the person who was supposed in the arrest? It went to somebody else. Why? How did I know Brian Mlife? And that he is, it was the first time when I saw his arrest that he's there and so on. So let me leave that subject. Let me go to another.
Sorry, Minister. Honourable Chair, can I just check with the Minister whether he's now been through all his directive, so that we can be confined to that topic, because that's what the Minister requested. He wants full opportunity to speak to the nation and to give his side of the stories. So just in case, because I've obviously got a number of questions relating to your reasons, and would like to ask you those questions, but
I'm on the last one.
you know,
In my submission is 29. General Masimula stated under oath in his application proceedings between SAPS and Lieutenant General Sibia, and I quote what he said under oath: accepted that the directive, that is of the minister, fell within the National Commissioner under oath. But I held the view as National Commissioner that his insistence on how and when the task team be deactivated or arrested into constitutional mandate as the National Commissioner of Police to manage and supervise. That is what National Commissioner is saying. So on the constitutionality, he himself is clear. He accepts, and I'm quoting, I'm not writing it myself. And here's the problem with the how part, and the how part I would contest. I never gave him directives immediately, meaning that the decision is immediate that I've taken, but I understand implementation via the interim. I even said there would be another meeting, the UNESCO, at some other point, meaning I was envisaging that there would be meetings, there would be discussions, and I wanted those discussions myself because of the belief I held even at that time that there is something wrong with the existence. It has nothing to do with good performance or what, but and you are thinking about the resources, thinking very hard about resources. You need to design things differently and so on. So General Masimula, there he is under oath, accepts that minister has oversight. In the paragraph of his answering affidavit, General Masimula seems to accept, therefore, my powers, not me personal, minister, to issue the directive. His reservation, it would seem, was about how and when the directive had to be implemented, which I have no problem with because the how part was never in the directive. It was just this word, immediate, which he understood differently from what I understood. And I've given reasons that I didn't use immediate in the context of a drill. Having taken a decision to indicate clearly, and then he moves on. Now, I want then to revert to the to evidence leader as per what you have just said. For now, not that I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you. Minister, thank you. I trust that you took full opportunity of conveying your own side of the story and giving your reasons and so on. Can we accept that while you were minister, before you were put on leave, that the police, in the way they have since 2018?
Well, as you say, I'm on leave, so I can't talk on behalf of what is happening or on what is happening.
But you also happen to be a citizen. You watch the news, you read the papers. The task team is still in existence. You know that. Whether you're on leave or not.
No, I would repeat that I'm on leave, so I can't really say this is what is happening, this is what is not happening. There is a minister there who is acting, who has authority to do so, and we can't talk, both of us, on what is happening in SAPS while I'm on leave. It won't be proper.
Yes, but you were the minister when a submission was made that the National Commissioner, that it be extended and that it was funded. And we've seen the amount. It was part of your evidence. The National Commissioner approved an amount of 20 million. Whereas General Sabia had also, where these tasks and these dockets would now be reallocated, for example, to murder and robbery, and that motivation was rejected. Are you not aware of that?
No, I'm aware of that information, but the question was, are you aware that they are operating? And I'm saying I can't commit on that, but what evidence leader is saying, it's here, I'm aware of it.
Well, I thought it was a pretty straightforward question. It's not a trick question. Whether you know that the task team is still in operation.
And I'm saying to the evidence leader, that question should be directed to the acting minister for authority and precision.
Okay. And what if I tell you it is still in operation?
Pardon?
What if I tell you it is still in operation?
I will take note.
Okay, what is your reaction to them still being in operation? You just take note. You're not disappointed or anything?
No, this happened in the context of work, not in the context of my personal enjoyment or personal, and talk about border management. I happened to meet a colleague and I said, hey, at the airport, and I say, hey, how far are you on border management issues after the agreement was reached in Cape Town? On the matter, he said, no, we have not moved. And then I kept quiet. I couldn't speak on behalf of the Minister of Police. But what had happened? We had resolved a problem that had been in existence for a long time, since 2018, in terms of defining the roles of PMA on one hand, of SAPS on the other, such that those roles get operationalized. Has that been operationalized the same as this one?
I'm asking, Minister, in the context of you giving a directive. The directive is at EB 4 on page 49 and 50.
Yes.
Of Exhibit Bundle 3. In that context, I'm asking you where you have said this task team must be disestablished immediately. This is on the 31st of December 2024, and the task team has not been disestablished.
And so what's your
Not
question?
only not immediately, it hasn't been disestablished.
So
and you want to tell me you're not aware of that?
And so what's your question?
My question was whether you're aware that the task, or rather put another way, I told you, do you know that the task team is still in existence? Or put another way, it has been a perfectly, according to you, lawful and constitutional directive that it must be disestablished.
No, I'll go back to my answer and I'll insist on it because evidence leader, you ask a question and I respond, but when you say I must choose between yes or no, it will be difficult for me because that's my terrain now to respond. And I respond in a manner that I believe in. So my response is this one, that I can't speak authoritatively and properly and precisely on whether the political killings task team is functional at the moment or not.
If you were returned into your position, reinstated or whatever the word or term is, if you were reappointed tomorrow as Minister of Police, you'll find that the task team, you'll find Khumalo is still the project leader of the team. What are you going to do about it?
The reason why we're here is exactly to deal with that. I don't know how you are going to decide on it. The reason there is a commission is precisely to deal with those questions. I don't have the outcome. And therefore, I want rather to wait until the ad hoc committee has done their work and made their determination to the National Assembly on the subject. Similarly, I would wait until the Madlanga Commission completes its work and wait for the outcome. Now, whether the national political killings task team will be there or not, I don't want to worry myself about that at this particular stage. For now, I want to worry about responding to your questions.
Yes, I'm also worried that I'm not getting a response to my question. Are you waiting for this honorable ad hoc committee and Parliament to make a decision?
Yeah, I'm saying to the best of my ability, I haven't put myself.
Let's look at your. Does it or would it concern you that Brown Mkhwanazi, whom I think you said you do know him?
Did I say?
Brown Mkhwanazi.
What did I say?
I said, you must correct me that you do know him, or you know of him, Brown Mkhwanazi. You're nodding yes?
Yes, I know him.
Yes, you know. Now,
yes, I know him.
Now, my question is, would it bother you that you issued your directive, it appears at 5:20 on the 31st of December 2024, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Because that we picked up from, I think, the affidavit of Masimola at 10:38. Mkhwanazi sends a WhatsApp to Kat Matlala indicating, and I quote from the WhatsApp, the task team that came to your house and arrested you has been dissolved / disbanded, !
10:30 on the same day.
On the same day. On January 1st, Mkhwanazi informed Matlala.
On January the 1st?
Yeah.
Okay.
That he would be meeting with you and Lieutenant General Sabia. He says in a text message, "Good day, I've arranged a meeting."
There are two questions there. The first one is, would it concern me that Mkhwanazi seems to
shortly after you
yes,
should.
It would concern me.
It would?
It would concern me. Because I wouldn't know how that happened. But not only when my letter found its way into his hands on the date and time, it would have concerned me if my letter found its way into any other person's hand. I would similarly worry how it happened, and therefore the answer is straight. It would worry me. I would be very much concerned. Now, about this meeting, which is my second response, who talks about that, not me. I never, and I want to repeat, I never spoke to Brown Mkhwanazi in this period, particularly about the disbandment. How he got to know, how he got access to the letter, it is better explained by him. And that will be the only time that I would get to know how it happened. But about this meeting, there was no such meeting on my side. It was never communicated to me. I would know that there was a meeting that was imminent between me and him, that I had sent somebody, and nobody ever raised the issue of a meeting between me and Sbia after the letter of directives.
Did this letter only go to General Masemola? Did you send the letter, by the way, to General Masemola, or did you ask Bindi to send it to your Chief of Staff?
After leaks to, outside ourselves, I spoke to Chief of Staff. Where did you send the letter? Yourself, which I had directed him to do. But he, if I remember well, he also sent to PAs of the generals. I can't remember whether he also included General Sbia on that. He can clarify the matter himself. But what I underlined, I had said, send it to General Masemola, send it to General Mosekiti, because she's the one who is in the office. But it appears that he also sent to their PAs.
We know that General Masemola wouldn't have leaked the letter.
That?
We know that General Masemola wouldn't have leaked the letter to Mkhwanazi, I think on the 2nd of January.
In order to come to the bottom of this, it will have to be Mkhwanazi himself to explain how he got hold of this, what he meant by this meeting and so on. But on my part, I wasn't expecting that he would get hold of my letter unless it had gone maybe to social media or leaked to social media, as it seems to have been the case. But it is him who must explain how he got hold. But it concerns me, and there was never any meeting that we talked about.
I'm not dealing with a meeting now, Minister.
Yes.
I'm dealing with the fact. It appears to be a fact that Mkhwanazi got hold of the letter and conveyed that to Nhlanhla. So it wasn't you who sent it to him. It wasn't General Masemola. It could only have been either Nkabindi or one of the PAs or secretaries to one of the other generals that he copied the letter to.
Well, I really want to confine me not to any speculation, but if indeed Nhlanhla received this letter from Mkhwanazi, it would mean it happened that way. And that concerns me as well, what it was sent for, because it was never meant for.
In fact, it was only meant for Masemola. It wasn't even meant for Nkabinde.
It was meant for Masemola, General Masemola, and General Mosikide, in terms of my instruction.
That doesn't appear from the directive, Mosikile. But you say your instructions.
Verbally, I told him send it because I knew that General Masemola is going on leave, and he has appointed General Mosikide to be in the office, so he's aware of this decision.
Now, I think most people, most reasonable people would find it quite odd and curious, almost bizarre, that you send a letter of this importance on the eve, on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes.
At 5:20 and address it to a national commissioner you know is on leave. He's taken a break until the 14th of January, National Commissioner in the office. And your instructions in the letter, or your, as you want to frame it, your directive is that this team be disestablished immediately. Clearly, physically, he can't do it because he's not in his office. He's on leave. So I want to put it to you that the issuing of this directive on New Year's Eve to a national commissioner who's on leave, it doesn't make sense. It's totally bizarre, and why you would have done so.
Yes. One, on the 31st of December for police, it's a working day. They work on the 31st. There's no law.
Masemola's not working. He's on leave.
Yes, he was on leave.
Yeah.
That is why the instruction said, send it to him. He is on leave. Send it to General Mosikide, who is in office. That's not an offense. That's not a breach of any law, because I wanted him to be aware. I was aware that he was on leave. And as far as I'm concerned, as a second reason, I sincerely and seriously wanted a situation where when we go back to work in January, we have a sense of 3 issues that attention, including the workshop that was spoken about and so on. I wanted us to find a way to focus on these 3 issues because I wanted a sense of achievement, something concrete that I could show to the Republic that, look, we have activated police properly and increased efficiencies on border management. 2, we want to make interventions on intelligence for reasons that I would state. Period when I'm there, well, short, but it was 6 months, that we want to optimize. We want to optimize in terms of resources, and this is one way. And when I indicated that let us deactivate the inspectorate, nobody asked me why it was 3 o'clock when I did it, or why it was 10 o'clock. We did it. We discussed, we took that decision at the time that we did. So to me, 31st was neither here nor there, and was not indicative of any sinister move or anything on my side. And the immediate that you spoke about in this context, to me, it was, as I explained, that that is why there was an envisaged, even written down, that will prepare an interim committee, an interim report, and it further said there will then be a MINESCO to discuss this matter.
But Minister, with respect, that's not what the letter says. That there's some interim response that's required. Your letter states clearly that the team must be disestablished immediately. Now,
In the context that I've
yes,
explained.
Unless there's some other meaning to this word, immediately.
Yes,
Certainly
I've
the
explained.
English meaning of immediately means do it right now.
Senior Counsel,
Let's look at the letter.
yeah, but let me explain this. Because
I get an opportunity. You write to the National Commissioner, and you say, I trust this correspondent finds you well in the festive season. In the past few months, towards the end of this year, 2024, I have made observations on a number of important aspects of the SAPS and police.
Mm-hmm.
For purposes of this letter, I'm focusing on 3 aspects that require very urgent attention to address some of the challenges at hand. Filling of posts in the intelligence division. All processes to fill vacant posts in the division should be altered immediately, vacant at head office. This should be until substantive discussions between the Minister and the National Commissioner takes place sometime early in the year. Ports of entry, with SAPS playing a vital role in the same space which cannot be overemphasized from time to time. In terms of section 2072, direct that you develop a new plan in this regard to the next ministry, to the next MANECO, Minister Management Executive Committee meeting later in January. And I'm skipping that part because that part the National Commissioner had no problem with. He says this is fine. It's to develop a plan, and you want to discuss it, have the plan ready. But then, in relation to the political task team, you say in 2019 a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Morani Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task team be established. Now we know it's not in 2019.
yes,
2018.
That was
and it's also not following the Morani report, but it follows a political instruction from the President.
yes.
Sorry. So that line, that's factually incorrect.
Yes, that's okay. Although I do say not directly from the Morana Commission, because the Morana Commission, whatever the case, it was discussed even earlier. 2018 discussions, not the report itself. But I concede that point, that it was.
And then you go on to say the key mandate was to stop. So it's not quite clear. Are you referencing the Morani Commission report or the Interministerial Task Force that was established, the key man murders of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. Then you say, my observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. Now, if we pause there, if those are two reasons, it's no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. That's not one of the reasons that you've given, that you spent quite a bit of time elaborating and expanding on. But these are the only two reasons that you give in this letter. It's no longer required because it's no longer, and it's also not adding any value to policing in South Africa. And then you say immediately. Further, that report, a preliminary report in this regard, be submitted to the Minister by the 20th of January. The final and closing report, not as you testified, Minister. It's not a provisional report. It's not a preliminary report. You say the final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. Now, I put it to you with respect, Minister, that if one reads this letter, it's to this task team immediately, do it now. And the final report I'm expecting from you at the end of January. But I want a preliminary report on the 20th of January and the final report at this MANECO Management Executive Committee meeting late January. The instructions are clear. It's not only clear, but it also seems to me, upon reflection, totally unreasonable that you give the National Commissioner, who's on leave, you said you knew he was on a preliminary report by the 20th and a final report by the end of January. Your comments.
Thank you, Evidence Leader. Now, I have explained, as I will do again, the word immediately. Now, it didn't mean, Senior Counsel, must then stop and leave the car and go home because the political killings task team has now been closed. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean that if you're pursuing any case, because closing a case is something else, and as you see, it's not there. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean that. Stop the car where you are. Drop the key, go home. Because
but Minister, why didn't you write? You said your decision, your directive to discuss the law or draw legal conclusions.
yes,
but clearly what you've read and what we've also received when we asked, we sent an information note to your legal team. We've been given the reasons that you think it's lawful and it's constitutional. So I don't want to debate that. But you say you held the honest belief that is in the best interest of the South African Police Service that this team be disestablished. You also said what you meant in this directive is not that, like a car, you must stop it immediately and get out of the car and leave it in the middle of the road. This is dangerous to do that. At least pull it off, at least pull it off the road and put on your car in the road and to avoid the car. Now why did you not write this letter in that kind of language when you knew that the National Commission is on leave until the 14th? And say to him, for example, you know, even though it's New Year's Eve, there are 3 matters that I would love to discuss with you urgently or very urgently upon your return. And these are the 3 matters. Or could you give me a report on these 3 matters or 1 matter by 20 January and by the end of January? But that's not the tone of the letter. And the tone of the letter, the language used in the letter, is in direct contrast to what you are telling us today, that you held this honest belief that this team must be closed and it must be disestablished, and that you had the power to do so. That doesn't come out of the letter when one reads the plain language of the letter and the record that we've heard in this inquiry, and which you, I think, fairly have acknowledged that the STARS team, when they were in operation, they did a good job. They did what they were required to do.
So can I respond?
Yeah, yeah.
Senior Counsel, you are respectfully to address later of the tone. There's a different matter of the tone. I share your feeling that the tone was strong.
The tone was strong.
The tone was strong.
Or wrong?
Pardon?
You share my view that the tone was strong or wrong?
It does seem,
both.
It does seem what you're expressing to me is your personal concern that the tone was rather strong. I have no problem with that. I agree that it may have been a strong tone, to a point where what you are suggesting that it could have said this and this same thing, but on a softer tone. It could have happened. I have no problem with that, Senior Counsel.
In fact, may I add on to that?
But
I think
may I respond?
Yes, but
yeah, so that I don't forget.
Given a full opportunity, let me just add this. I think the tone is actually quite disturbing, especially when you talk about filling posts in the, let's just call them neutrally issues with intelligence, and it's at the heart of this whole inquiry. And you say the filling of posts must be halted immediately, even vacant posts must be halted immediately. And I think you mentioned in your evidence that you, into the new year, that's why you wrote it on the 31st.
Yes,
into the new year, you wanted to give us, the public, some kind of confidence that these issues are being addressed.
The way the Senior Counsel is putting it, in terms, it's like there was a panel with people lined up for interviews, and then I say, stop. It wasn't like that, Senior Counsel. There was no lineup of people to be interviewed. Stop. It didn't say on the date while you are driving on the car, stop the car and get out. What I'm saying, I share with you, which happens ordinarily in any conversation anytime in ordinary life that you talk to somebody and then you see, somebody would say to you, hey, you were rather strong-toned. That happens in everyday life experience. It's an everyday life experience. I know you were soft and nice. It's part of life. Now here, I admit that the tone was strong. But I also similarly want to agree that, want to indicate to you that National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners and Provincial Commissioners then said, the murder rate in the country is concerning. So you call a meeting, you express that, you are Minister of Police. You say the escalation of drug distribution and the destruction that comes with it. I'm very concerned to a point where I don't sleep well. You go on to say there are too many firearms killing too many people, especially illegal firearms. You are deeply concerned and you are addressing this issue live. Now, on the 31st, you write a letter. You are stuck, completely focused on these matters that you believe strongly and honestly that are a concern to people out there, even on the 31st. Even on the 31st. Not all of us who have met and go and bribe on the 31st.
Not even sure that people want to be worried on the 31st of December with anything.
Yes, I'm now addressing, because in sharing your concern, I also want the House to be alive on what concerns people outside. I may have been concerned about National Commissioner being on leave. I may have been concerned about the tone. But if the tone was unlawful, it doesn't mean that the act itself was unlawful. I wrote these directives. I accept that I may have chosen a softer tone on this, but it was no insult to anyone. I knew National Commissioner is on leave, send the letter to acting National Commissioner.
When did you entertain or begin to entertain these thoughts that you need to address these issues, and that it was to you, to me, like this is in the public interest that these issues must be addressed? When did you start entertaining these thoughts? When did you start scribbling down? Because you say you drafted this letter yourself.
It's a cumulative issue that I'd been aware long before I became Minister of Police, that there is a grievance out there, outside ourselves as Cabinet, outside ourselves as MPs, about, I even called a meeting for that. I even called the CEO of AXA to come and brief us about what's happening at OR Airport in terms of security, tight security at the airports. I may as well jump a little bit and say 2 weeks before General Mkhwanazi went to a press briefing, I had called the meeting of the National Commissioner and Crime Intelligence to come and make a presentation to me about drugs in South Africa, about firearms in South Africa. I've got documents here. And that meeting, that presentation was done to me. It took more than 2 hours.
But you never discussed the political killings task team in that meeting.
But
You never discussed the political killings task team in that meeting.
in that meeting, no, we discussed
that-
drugs
Yeah.
and firearms, which are killing people outside. So I had said in November, it's now 31st. And I then write the letter about issues that I believed were deeply concerning, not just to me. Now, I couldn't, in my choice, be worried more about that it was the 31st than the impact of these matters that I was talking about to our work. I couldn't.
I mean, you received
Senior Counsel.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not hearing, and I want to understand about this immediately. Is there immediately in the draft that you send to the Chief of Staff, who sent it to your advisor? If you're to give us the draft, not the final version of the letter, will we find a word which will now accept that it was strong? Will we find immediate in the draft letter?
Yes, immediately was written by me. Both in the draft that was checked by Advocate Piccoli and in the final draft. But as I've explained, in the context where you say, I need a preliminary report by a date. So common sense tells you that the person who was writing this immediate was envisaging that the immediate doesn't mean stonewalling just there. You are driving the car, I've taken a decision. You are under arrest, get out. Because this car belongs to the task team. A decision has been taken. No, it merely was, the decision has been taken, but the preliminary report in some future. But then the meeting of UNESCO in another future. Now, if you are in the executive and you are worried, you have to show your true colors and show seriousness on what you are conveying. I'm not saying be harsh. I'm not saying have a strong tone. We're of serious worry to me, even on the 31st, and I want to believe that I wasn't alone. I was with other people in South Africa. I was expressing their views, and I believe that it was lawful, and there was nothing wrong with it. But if you say the tone was strong, yes, the tone may have been strong.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
But not as if there was something illegal about it, not as if there was something unlawful about it. Ukuzwelana nje ukuthi yayingabeka ngendlela incwadi singazwelana lapho sikhalisana ngiyavuma ukuthi hayi ngayibeka yathi ba strong kodwa hayi not that it was
unconstitutional. No, she's saying it's unlawful or
yes.
You know, whether you use strong language or light language, it's either lawful or unlawful.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Honorable Chair,
how much
Honorable Malema been responded to?
I got a signal that he's satisfied. I want to check with you, how much more time do you still need?
Well,
I can allocate you 4 hours more.
I think we had earlier agreed, Honorable Chair, that we will stop at 6.
Okay.
And resume tomorrow morning.
So you want to stop?
If we could adjourn and resume, I think.
Do you really want to stop
now? Honorable Chair.
Do you really want to stop now?
I've got a number of questions. Let's
When I ask you this question and look at the honorable members. So, Senior Counsel, I think if you feel that you want us to stop, we have to stop. Unless if honorable members have a different view. Let me take Honorable Skhosana, Honorable Nomval.
No, thanks, Chair. I was saying to the evidence leader that if he wants to go on to allocate him more time to ask questions, remember what you said, that we've got different commitments, some of us, and we may want, if he agrees that perhaps tomorrow we'll finish at a reasonable time so that we can get sufficient time to attend to other political matters. Because during the week we allocate this time for this, and then during weekend we serve our constituencies. So the other one must not suffer because of the other one. Thanks.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, Chair. In fact, I want to persuade the evidence leader, but obviously, depending on the strength of the witness, that we proceed so that tomorrow we finish early. Because many members, we don't want to experience what we experienced last week. I think only 4 of us were left here, 4 or 5. If we continue until 10 o'clock, for as long as he covers the large part of his examination, then we come and leave what is out, and finish what will be outstanding tomorrow, Chair. It's my persuasion to him, but obviously we must consider the feelings of the witness.
Honorable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarity from the minister, because I don't understand when you said the National Co-Commissioner.
The 10 o'clock is fine, Chair. Okay, we will come to that later.
Chairperson, let's not act like disorganized people. This matter was canvassed in terms of time. It was agreed that today and tomorrow the evidence leader would lead testimony of Minister Mkhwanazi. There was an agreement that the stop time today would be 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow it would be 2 o'clock, which I believe provides sufficient time from the evidence leader to be able to raise any other questions that he wants to raise. Now, if we have not managed to organize ourselves and our programs, it can't be a problem of the ad hoc committee as a whole. And I think that those decisions that we had made in terms of how we're going to manage these proceedings, we should retain, Chairperson, please. Thank you.
Tomorrow, if we start at 7. Okay. If we start at 11 tomorrow, we are finishing at 3. If we start at 10, we finish at 2. If we start at 9, we finish. If we start at 7, we finish at 11. So I want us to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then we will be done by 2 o'clock. So I think the senior counsel, in the manner that he has arranged his work today, was to be done at this time at 6 o'clock. So you can see the documents are voluminous, and we may need to give them time to rest. including, I can see the minister is still raring to go. But we will have to end it here. Honorable Skosana, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarity from the minister because I could not really comprehend that he was briefed by the commissioner regarding Brian Molefe, which I think is wrong, including when he said it's a relative of Brian Molefe who was arrested, because Brian is not related to that Molefe we are talking about. This reflective of the quality,
Yeah, no, let's not debate.
No, I'm not debating, Chair. Can you give me a chance, Chair, please?
Let's ask the question.
Yes, I'm not finished with the question. Because these are the issues where misinformation and ineptitude as well, which makes people to be tainted. So I wanted clarity on that. Why the National Commission was saying the guy who's arrested is related to Brian Molefe, because he knows Honorable Molefe as he said himself. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can you please protect the witness? This is not a clarity-seeking question. Today, we're still on clarity-seeking questions, and I want to advise Honorable Skosan that the gentleman sitting in front of him is Minister Mchunu. So if he wants to know why the general said that, he may want to ask General Masemo.
Yeah, no, the question is not. It's not a clarity-seeking question. Unless you have a clarity-seeking question that you want to restate, I give you the opportunity to restate it.
Let me repeat again. I'm not going to change because Honorable Sangoni said so. Any assistance? This issue of closing ranks, we know that he's a minister, and I just wanted to find out because I could not hear him well. Let the minister answer for himself, please.
Honorable Skosan, it's not what Honorable Sangoni is saying. It's what the chairperson is saying. The chairperson is giving you an opportunity to put a question for clarity to the witness. What is the question for clarity?
The clarity is simple. I said to the minister, he must just explain, clarify for us why Brian Molefe, because he's a Molefe, it was that the National Commission, because the National Commission never said so to us, it's the minister who said so. So when someone said I must ask the National Commissioner, it's unfair, Chair.
Why Mr. Brown Molefe? What is the question about Mr. Brown Molefe?
But Chair,
I've been repeating myself.
Let's allow the honourable member to put a question for clarity to the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I assume that it was just an error when the National Commissioner mentioned, and then when the arrest, got into news, it was another. And he had not struggled when I called to say, yeah, but it seems, he says, no, it's correct, that this information is correct. So he may have just made an ordinary error, not because he meant anything.
I'm waiting for you to say.
Looking at yourselves, your hands are
no, Chair.
There is no intention to speak from your mouth.
Let me tell you what.
It's like
listen to me, Chair. What I'm going to do next time, I'm just going to speak. Because for me, I'm following you. When you give me an opportunity, I will speak.
He has responded. You seem paralyzed because
No, I'm not paralyzed.
you're raising a hand.
No, I'm not paralyzed. I'm not easily intimidated by anybody, by the chair himself and the minister himself. Not intimidated at all.
Honorable Nkosana, is your hand up?
No, my hand was not up.
Okay.
You know, I was waiting for you to ask me whether I'm satisfied or not.
Must I allow you to speak if your hand is not up?
No. As I'm saying to you, it's you who's chairing, it's not me.
Okay.
So you must ask me like you ask anyone. Are you satisfied?
Honorable.
It's an error.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Domval. I'm Honorable Shongwe. I'm sorry.
Makatali, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, silungis. On a serious note, Chair. Uminister ngicabanga ukuthi uphazamisekile ekhuluma. Kwavela ngathi uthi uGeneral umtshela ukuthi kuzoboshwa uBrian Mulife oseParliament. Now when you listen to that video again, akayilungisanga even eqede ends up by saying no, it was not him, it was his brother. So it looks as if that person who was being arrested is not Brian Mulife, but it was the brother. So we wanted clarity on that to Brian Mulife akangeni indawo.
You are saying that it's a matter which must be put on record, that the person is not Honorable Brian Mulife.
And akahlobani naye futhi and akusu brother wakhe.
You heard that, Minister?
Yes, very clear.
Can we put it on record?
Yes, I'm saying that we had a conversation with the National Commissioner, and I picked up that he's speaking about Brian Mulife. But when the arrest got into news, it appeared that it was another Mulife, and I phoned to say, the National Commission said, yeah, no, it was an error. So I assumed that it was the end of the story.
Who shot at the brother part, Minister? Ngena loud and not his brother.
Not whose brother.
You end up when you finish your statement, you said no, it was not him. It was his brother or relative or something like that.
Yes.
So it was not. I correlated to that person of worship.
No, we didn't go that far.
Okay.
You went that far.
Yeah, no, we have come to.
It was not Honorable Brian Mulife. It was another Mulife. Yeah.
Okay, honorable members, may I request that you stop speaking so that the meeting can end. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of today's proceedings. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Tolbert Mkhwanazi.
Have a